And welcome to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting for Wednesday, April 1st. It is 1:02 p.m. and we'll call ourselves to order. First item is the national anthem. If I could get you to stand, please, and face the flag. Excellent. Next is our land acknowledgement. Councillor White will be writing it today.
As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of the Township of Whitewater Region and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years.
Excellent, thank you. I just have one question for the clerk. I have to. Excellent. We just have a little technical update, so and it's on the next agenda item, so you'll see that electronically on the screens around us for the adoption of the agenda. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the April 1st, 2026 agenda. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Trim. And just to make sure that we acknowledge this, electronically, different from the one that you have on paper in front of you. Oh, no, it is in front of me as well. Okay, good. What we had an error, it's been publicly advertised, but it was not published on the piece of paper, was item 6.2, which is a public meeting that will commence today at 4:45 p.m. And that's specific to the zoning amendment, technical corrections to the comprehensive zoning bylaw that you would have seen as one of the report items, but the corresponding public meeting to receive feedback from the public on that, as per the Planning Act, it didn't show up in the first issuance of the agenda. However, it was publicly advertised and it met all the necessary requirements as per the Planning Act. I just wanted to make sure that was made aware to everybody at this point, as it is now reflected correctly in the agenda. Is there any other items that people would like to change or amend in the agenda as proposed? I see none, so we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? And it's unanimous. Thank you. Good. We have one set of minutes to adopt. These are the March 18th minutes. The recommendations of the Council of Township Whitewater Region approve the March 18th, 2026 minutes. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Moore. Any errors or omissions from anybody? Good. I see none. We'll call for a vote. All those in favor? And unanimous again. They carry. Disclosures. Is there any disclosures from any member of council on any of the items on the agenda today? Good. I see none. We move on to our presentations. And as I alluded to in the discussion about the agenda, we have two presentations today, 6.1 and 6.2. We are going to hear 6.1 at this point in time, which is a Muskrat Watershed Annual Report and Activities. And 6.2, as noted in the agenda, will commence at 4:45 as advertised as per the Planning Act. So with that, we'll ask our presenters to make their way to the mic, and I will ask Councillor White to do a quick introduction, please.
Yes, I'd like to introduce our treasurer, Debbie McDonald, and our science chair, Brian Whitehead. They are going to give us an update on the Watershed Council and what our future and
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Brian Whitehead, and I'm the Acting Director of Science and Water Quality with the Muskrat Watershed Council. And I'm joined today by Debbie McDonald, and we're going to be making a co-presentation to update council. And I'm going to just give a few introductory comments, and then Debbie's going to present the first section, or the second section, and I'll present the last. The origin of this report is as a result of some committee meetings I've been chairing with the Watershed Council for the past year, most actively since last fall. And I'm just by way of background, I was the author of the Muskrat Watershed policies and the official plan review 16 years ago when they were adopted by council. And I was one of the founding directors of the Muskrat Watershed Council when it was created in 2014. And it was as a result of a symposium that was organized by myself and Doug Skeggs from the Ministry of Natural Resources. And it was held at the public school, and we had a great turnout, and we asked for volunteers, and that was the genesis of the Muskrat Watershed Council. There was a lot of momentum at the beginning, but like many things, it caught up to me, and being a volunteer and in juggling my work life, I had to make a choice. So, but 10 years later, I'm back. So, anyway, so I thought it would be appropriate to do a review of the Muskrat Lake policies in relation to what the Watershed Council is doing, and as a result of that, there will be some recommendations for amendments to the policies, but the minor, really just in terms of recognizing the Muskrat Watershed Council as the organization, local improvement council recognized by council, this council, for implementing the policies, and also to tweak the policies to put a sort of a watershed spin on it, recognizing that the solutions are on a watershed basis, not just Muskrat Lake. But that's something for the future. It's not part of this presentation. But this presentation is a co-presentation also with a staff report that you'll be receiving. And one of the policies in the Muskrat Lake policies is an annual reporting requirement. The policies have been in effect now for 5 years, or 4 or 5 years. So there's a checklist of 7 items in the policies to report back to the Ministry of the Environment on an annual basis. This will be the first report. So Mackenzie Baird, your planner, has been attending all the committee meetings, and it's been a great to have him at our meetings. He's been very helpful, and it's good to have that liaison with the township. And so he's prepared a fairly detailed report. There's a lot of work that's gone into that report because a lot of building permit data has had to be reviewed, and it took most of the winter for that report to be created. But I'll let Mackenzie explain that in a bit more detail. But this report we're presenting is supposed to be item 7 of that checklist that's in the official plan. And what it reads is the status of the Muskrat Lake Watershed Council initiatives and other local organizations. So the first page of our report is basically to update this council on the status of the work that the Watershed Council is doing now, in the past, and in the future, and then address this item. again, it's supposed to be, and hopefully council, the township can pass this on to the Ministry of the Environment and let them know, because there's some things in here we'll be asking the Ministry of Environment for money for, and we want to demonstrate to the ministry that we're following the policies and working toward water quality improvements in Muskrat Lake and the watershed. So I'll turn it over to Debbie, and she'll provide you with a summary of what the Watershed Council has been doing for the past 5 years and more. And she has a slideshow that will be moving concurrently with her presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do have a slideshow that kind of jazzes up my presentation on the summary of water quality improvement initiatives taken on by the Muskrat Watershed Council. Over the past 5 years, the Muskrat Watershed Council has continued to implement water quality improvement initiatives within the Muskrat Lake watershed with the objective of reducing nutrient and sediment inputs, improving shoreline and riparian conditions, and supporting the long-term protection of water quality in Muskrat Lake. These initiatives have been carried out in collaboration with landowners, municipalities, stewardship organizations, educational institutions, and other partners. Water quality improvement initiatives undertaken during this period have included agricultural best management practice projects intended to mitigate runoff and nutrient loading to surface waters. Actions have included the installation of alternative livestock watering systems, fencing to restrict livestock access to water courses, soil testing, and associated education for agricultural producers, and tree and shrub planting to enhance riparian buffers and erosion control. Restoration and planting activities have been completed on multiple properties within the watershed and contribute to long-term water quality improvement objectives. The Muskrat Watershed Council has also supported water quality objectives through targeted monitoring and ecological assessment initiatives that complement historic water quality data collected within the watershed. These activities assist in evaluating watershed conditions and provide information to support the identification of priority areas for future mitigation and restoration efforts. The Muskrat Watershed Council is working with the township staff on a concept plan for short-term, long-term improvements to the Cobden wetland. Improvements will include items such as trail improvements, viewing areas, signage, and linkages to Cobden Beach and parking areas. The concept plan will be a guide for implementing future improvements when funding opportunities become available. In addition, the Council has continued to undertake community outreach and partnership activities, including engagements with schools, lake associations, stewardship organizations, municipalities, and post-secondary institutions. These efforts support public awareness of watershed stewardship and encourage community participation in initiatives aimed at improving and protecting water quality in Muskrat Lake. Collectively, these initiatives demonstrate the ongoing role of Muskrat Watershed Council in supporting water quality improvement within the Muskrat Lake watershed and fulfill the intent of Item 7 on the MECP annual reporting requirements that Brian discussed. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie. That was great. Moving forward, I just want to give a summary of some of our future initiatives. And one of them is to update the comprehensive monitoring program that we used to have. From 2014 to 2019, there was a very comprehensive water quality monitoring program in cooperation with the Algonquin College Environmental Technician Program and doing the sampling, and the Ministry of the Environment covering the cost of the lab fees. And just to give a sense, the lab fee during that time period were in the order of $40,000 a year, just to give you a sense of how broad in scope that program was. Unfortunately, when COVID hit, the monitoring program, there were cutbacks at the college and things. I'm given to understand that COVID had a bad impact on the program. There is some localized monitoring that the Watershed Council has done in the interim, but not as comprehensive as it was in the past. So we're hoping to reactivate that monitoring program, and that monitoring program will allow us to look at if water quality work results are better. If they're better, then maybe some of the work that we've been doing is an improvement, or there'll be areas that will need more work. The second item is the water quality improvement plan, and the Muskrat Lake policies do have a section that indicate what the role of the Watershed Council should be, and that is to take a leadership role in undertaking water quality improvement plan, attracting funding for the development and implementation, and monitoring the success of the water quality improvements over the long term. So this approach it comes straight from your official plan, and so the water quality information will provide the basis of information for helping to define priority areas. Okay, thank you. And when I was working with the committee, I did a review of a lot of the background data and work that we've done already in the past. And one of the eureka moments for me was when I was reviewing a study that was commissioned by Whitewater Region in 2022, and it was called it was prepared, the lead consultant was Hutchinson Environmental, and it was titled Stormwater Assessment, Planning and Implementation for the Muskrat Watershed, 2022, 4 years ago. But the methodology in that study, that study was done only for the geographic limits of Whitewater Region, not the watershed, because it was a municipally initiated project. But the recommendations of that study included taking the methodology of the study that we did for Whitewater and applying it to other municipalities in the watershed. What we're recommending that we do. And in the interim, our next step with the planning committee that we're working on is to take another look at the recommendations of that study, which include the identification of priority areas and actual specific recommendations for those priority areas. There's 3 of them in Whitewater, all on the west side of Muskrat Lake, and maybe reaching out to the property owners and asking them if they would like the Watershed Council's assistance in working with us to try and implement some of those recommendations. Could be as simple as tree planting, or it could be more involved with berms or wetland construction, or there's a whole very lengthy list of best management practices that we can follow. So the water quality monitoring program, it would definitely include emphasis on public consultation, maybe initially a general public meeting, but the key to this approach is the one-on-one consultations. We found that they were very effective, and what we're looking for is solutions to drainage matters in agricultural areas that are a win-win with the agricultural sector and the Watershed Council and everybody, because it's to the benefit of agriculture to keep the nutrients on their soils as much as they can. And then there's an evaluation phase, which includes, that's where the monitoring work comes into effect. If we can have a full year of monitoring in 2027, then we can tender or try and get the funds to do the water quality improvements plan study in 2028. And that water quality monitoring data will be compared to the data that was prepared previously to determine if there's what the changes are, if any, and also complement that previous data. And there's other ways that we can evaluate the priority areas as well through secondary sources of information, and I won't get into all of them, but there's quite a few sources. And identify priority areas where we should focus our attention on water quality improvements and develop an action plan. And in order to achieve that, this schedule in 2027, 2028, there's partnerships. We already have partnerships. We've just received, the college has reached out to us just a month or two ago to say that they're very interested in partnering with us again. On the environmental technician program has survived the cuts at Algonquin College, and as part of the curriculum, they want to work with us to train their students in water quality monitoring. So it's a win-win, and we also want to partner with the Ministry of the Environment again with the lab fees and collect that data so that we can have enough information to carry out this study. And then, as I said, partnerships are key. So that gives us 2 years to develop, strengthen existing partnerships and create new ones. And that's basically it. So if council can support our report and send it to the ministry along with the township staff report, then that would go along. So this was written partly for you and partly for us and partly for the ministry, if that makes any sense. And also it'll help strengthen the policies, because those policies were designed to allow residential development around Muskrat Lake. It's an at-capacity lake trout lake. It has significant restrictions on development, but these policies were generated in order to allow development on Muskrat Lake subject to conditions. So I think the work that we're doing is valuable, and we look forward to working with Whitewater on this. Thanks. We're available if council has any questions.
Well, that's perfect. Thank you to both of you and to your organization as a whole. It's hard to believe that all of this happens with volunteers.
Yeah.
Incredible. The property tax contribution, if I remember correctly, is $5,000 or $5,500 a year. But all of the work, all of the management, the oversight happens with volunteers. So thank you for that. Good. With that, we'll open it up to questions. Is there any questions from members of council? Good. Not at this point. I have a couple. You guys are going to arm wrestle over who gets to. Good. The first one is an easy one, and I'll just connect you. I know that the Minister of Seniors and Accessibility has just released a grant, an outdoor accessibility grant, and our Director of Community Services might be able to provide some more information on it. I know that you talked about projects with respect to the access to the watershed area by the waste treatment, the marsh. That may be able to, I don't know if the timeline is available for this year, but it may give you an idea of how you might prepare for grant opportunities in the future. Do you want to add anything? No? Okay, good. The next one is just a question for staff on AMO, the request to MECP for, how did you phrase it? The lab costs. Is that something that we could put on our list for AMO?
Absolutely, at the discretion of council, we could add that to the list for AMO. If I could ask the Muskrat Watershed Council maybe to draft a one-page letter just outlining what may be the exact ask, as you've had experience in dealing directly with ministry staff. What is the scope of the service that they'd be providing us, and we could include that as a delegation package to the Ministry of the Environment at the AMO conference, yeah.
Yeah. And make sure that you have some reference to the Algonquin partnership and their offering of essentially all the labor costs associated with it. The only thing missing would be their partnership. We'll be able to emphasize that. The last one is just a question. I know that the county has, the county council has created a climate environment committee. It hasn't commenced yet. They're still in the process of developing those terms of reference. But we have hired an environmental intern, Larissa Koulis, and I'm just wondering if you've had an opportunity to meet with her or discuss anything about Muskrat Watershed Council.
A bit of science, she says. Yes, we'd be very interested in partnering with anybody from the county that would like to participate. In fact, they could join one of our upcoming meetings if we can get word to them.
That would be perfect. We know that the Muskrat Watershed isn't just Whitewater region. Yes, the direct impact to the water in the lake is well, and it's felt by the residents of Whitewater region, but what's impacting the lake comes from a bunch of municipalities that share the watershed. So it's an important, this county committee may give us an opportunity to have access to more partners.
That's great
in that
news.
effort.
Thank you.
Good. Can I ask, is it possible for staff to connect?
Yeah, we'll just have to get the details from the county of the employee, and then we'll connect it through Mackenzie, our planner EDO, who attends the Muskrat Watershed Council meetings. And I'll also note that the Director of Community Services is already working, I think, to some degree with the Muskrat Watershed Council on potential improvements to some area along the sort of beach area together with the Cobden Marsh. So the funding is noted with respect to that. Thanks so much.
It's perfect. Good. Thank you so much. Is there any other questions? Trigger anything else from council? No, thank you. Keep up the awesome work. We really appreciate this. Thank you. Excellent. Good. We will keep on plugging away here. Item 6.2, as I mentioned, is going to be deferred until 4:45 p.m. So that leads us into our mayor's address. And I just have a short one that sorry, my iPad is somehow updated to a new version here and it's okay. I just have a short mayor's address, and then I've actually asked to see if the CAO could have the deputy CEMC just provide a brief update, so we'll incorporate that into the mayor's address. I attended 11 meetings and events on behalf of council since our last meeting on March 18th, and just two highlights I wanted to share. First is a note of congratulations to our CAO. If you or the public weren't aware, he has now been appointed the president of the Renfrew County Clerks and Treasurers Association. I got that right? Nice. Yes. And they hosted a meeting, his first meeting, here in Whitewater Region last Thursday. And I was asked to attend just the first couple minutes. Then they told me it was all secret and I had to leave. But we had the opportunity to host those opening remarks. So just another example of how Whitewater Region has got these leadership opportunities across the county, working with, all those professionals from a clerk and treasurer perspective. Do you want to add anything, CAO? Give you the floor. You're good? Okay. The second one is just, I wanted to highlight that we are coming up on our annual Volunteer Recognition Awards. And you might have seen it advertised on social media already. April 10th is the deadline for anyone in the community that wishes to recognize or nominate a volunteer from across our community. And you can go online. Apparently, the nomination process is on our webpage. And if there's someone you individually would like to nominate, or you want to encourage someone else to nominate someone in the community, please do so by April 10th, and then we'll have that presentation later on in the month. I think they're in volunteer week. I just don't remember what the week is. Yeah, okay. It's not this week. Good, and with that, I just ask council's indulgence. The deputy CEMC is virtually with us today. We'll ask him to just provide us an update on the freshet that's happening, just as it impacts Muskrat Lake, the Ottawa River, even our roads and ditches. So just to get a quick verbal update from the deputy CEMC. So Sean, if you could put him on the TVs, please. Awesome. Deputy CEMC, the floor is yours.
Thank you. As Mayor indicated, there's a freshet update. There's a meeting this morning. Most of the news is good, but I'll recap quickly. The Ottawa River Regulation Planning Board indicated that all of their reporting stations are in the normal range, with some capacity to absorb whatever the melt is in the coming days. They're not anticipating any impact from the weather that's forecasted to hit us until at least sometime next week. And there's obviously some variables there. The snowpack up north is above average, but nothing exceptional, 2 to 2.5 meters. And the forecast levels, the forecasted forecast levels through their website are anticipated to be up and running by Friday. So you'll be able to check moving forward what they anticipate the water levels to be. That's not available quite yet. From the MNRF, their weather report indicated that, as we probably mostly know already, that there's some above seasonal weather coming, including a high of almost 20 degrees on Friday, and the potential for 35 to 40 millimeters of rain in the next 5 days. So that's the bad news part of the story. There are no storms expected, so power outages are not anticipated. The other tributaries, the Madawaska, Bark Lake, Kemiskimag, and Mount Chute, aren't reporting any issues, nor is Renfrew Power. The concerns right now for our area would be localized flooding, streams, creeks, rivers, the Muskrat River, the Snake River, Muskrat Lake, probably lesser, but still potential on Garden of Eden and Olmsted Jeffrey. We're looking at the potential for some strong currents in any of these moving waterways with the runoff, especially since the ground is still frozen in many places, leading to the water getting to these creeks and tributaries more quickly than if there wasn't frost in the ground. Potential for flooding of ditches, roads, things of that nature. We would recommend that people check their sump pumps to make sure that they're functioning, make sure that the downspouts, gutters, things of that nature are directed away from their home as well as their neighbor's home if they're in close proximity. And then just be wary of potential for fast moving water in creeks that normally aren't fast moving, or ditches. And then potential for erosion along waterways, along roadways. Our flood readiness team is meeting tomorrow to discuss the freshet update and anything that may come from ECCC related to the weather, to review our flood plan, to check our state of readiness for our buildings, and any communication with the public is deemed necessary. That's all I have, unless there's questions.
Yeah, that's perfect. I'll open it up if there's any questions or comments from members of council. No, no, there is not. And thank you so much, Deputy Chief, or Deputy CEMC, Fire Chief, for taking the time to give us this update. We know how important it is at this time of year to make sure that we're on top of it, and obviously we are. And yeah, we look forward to further updates. Anything from the CAO?
Yeah, I would just add that for the public watching, there is an intent to sort of provide some input via social media in the next 24 hours, so likely after our flood readiness team meeting tomorrow. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you so much. Appreciate you signing on for the this portion of the mayor's address.
Very welcome. Take care.
Good, and that concludes the mayor's address. So we will move on to item number 8 now, which is the public comments. I'll just ask our CAO clerk, any comments registered for today's agenda?
There are none.
Excellent, and we'll jump right into our reports. The first item is the comprehensive zoning bylaw amendment, but that is linked back to that public meeting. So we are going to defer item 9.1 as per our norm after we have had that public meeting to incorporate consideration of any public feedback on that proposal. Item 9.2 then is next, and that's the annual report referred to in our public presentation from the Muskrat Watershed Council. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region receive this report relating to the 2025 Muskrat Lake Annual Report for information purposes and direct staff to issue the report to the Ministry of Environment and Conservation and Parks, MECP. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Trim, and this is to our planner.
Thank you, through you, the Mayor. So, as was noted in the earlier presentation, the County of Renfrew official plan does outline that for development in the Waterfront Exemption 2 designation, which is the Muskrat Lake Watershed Protection Area, that the development of lots shall be phased into 10 lots per year, and on a yearly basis, the next phase of 10 lots may be granted, subject to the township completing to the satisfaction of the Ministry of Environment and Conservation and Parks an annual report. The annual report is outlined to include 7 different subjects, which I'll outline in the analysis section of the report. It is noted that while the 10 lot creations permitted have not yet been reached, this report is to provide the information to the Muskrat Watershed Council as well as to the Township Council, and eventually to go forward to the ministry in order to help strengthen collaboration between the organizations. And moving forward, the intention is for this to stay as an annual report. So as noted, there are 7 criteria that need to be included in the report. Criteria 1 is the number of new lots within 300 meters of Muskrat Lake created. This report will go back to 2021 for these details, which is when the policy was brought in place. But since 2021, we have had 13 total consents in the watershed policy area. 8 of these have been for new lot creations and 5 have been for lot additions. There's an attachment to the report that includes a year-by-year breakdown. It is also noted since 2021, we have had 108 total permits issued in the area relating to building and septic permits, 77 building permits and 31 septic permits. We have also broken that down into more detail. The 77 building permits are comprised of, there's a repeat in the report, it's since been updated. So 77 total permits, 57 of which are building permits, broken down as follows: 7 new home permits, 44 other building permits, 5 demolition permits, and 1 change of use permit. There have also been 20 septic permits, 6 new septic systems, and 14 septic system replacements in that time. And apologies, 77 total permits since 2021. The other number is from an earlier version of the report, which has since been refined. Number 2 of the requirements are details of the sewage inspection program and the number of septic system inspections conducted in the previous year. The township does not have a septic inspection program at this time, so the section 2, there's no additional details to provide there. Section 3 talks about details on abatement actions taken for immediate failed systems. As noted, we've had 14 septic system replacement permits issued by the township. We also have the community improvement plan, which offers grants for septic system improvements in the area. Number 4 speaks on the status of the Cobden water treatment plant expansion. Attached have been the previous updates released by the township on this matter, and speaking to substantial completion of the project in March 2022 and the resolution process since then. Number 5 talks about the status of funding and committed municipal dollars related to infrastructure improvements for drainage, sanitary collection, and stormwater management. In previous years, we have allocated $5,500 per year to the Muskrat Watershed Council. We've made funding available via the Community Improvement Plan, with the following grants being provided. $183.62 twice for 2 different septic grants, and then $25.15.38 for another septic system improvement grant. Additionally, we've done 3 agricultural buffer improvement grants, one in the total of $1,196.63, one for $490.63, and one for $2,000. We've also done a shoreline restoration and naturalization grant of $3,300, in addition to a $2,000 agricultural buffer improvement grant on the same property. We contributed $78,919 to a stormwater assessment planning and implementation plan for the Cobden agricultural area. Moving forward into 2026, we have allocated that $5,500 to the Muskrat Watershed Council and $460,000 for the reconstruction of Crawford Street, which is the key stormwater collection system in the town. Number 6 on the report speaks to other new actions and initiatives. Following projects have been undertaken by the township: updating official plan and zoning bylaw provisions, implementing a community improvement plan, providing letters of support for grants the Muskrat Watershed Council has applied to previously, soil sampling conducted in 2021 and 2022, and McLeod Drain CCTV review to confirm condition of the drain. For 2026, again, the planned initiatives include the reconstruction of Crawford Street. Section 7 is the status of Muskrat Lake Watershed Council initiatives and or other local organizations. For this one, we put it to the Muskrat Watershed Council that they might be better served to promote their own initiatives for this section of the report. That was the presentation that they provided earlier, and they have provided a report. We'll amend our report with their information in preparation to send to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation, and Parks. And that is all I have on the report at this time. Following this, the intention, as I noted, is to amend the report and, with council support, send it to the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation, and Parks for review, and to assist the Muskrat Watershed Council in some future funding and collaboration opportunities they're looking towards the MECP for. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Planner. Open it to questions. Mover was Councillor White.
Yes, regarding the septic inspection program, will we be instituting one, or is this something later on in the future, or it's not really necessary?
I will pass that to our CAO for comment.
We have examined a voluntary reinspection program for consideration. The complexity there is that it would be common practice that if you observe septic systems that are deficient, that there's also some financial resources to support, maybe through our CIP, the replacement. So we have that sort of somewhat in place, but I think we just need to ramp everything up if we're going to implement a voluntary or another type of program. So we're examining it. It requires resources, financial and human, and it's just a matter of determining whether or not that's a program we want to move forward with. So maybe we could consider the costing associated with it and what it may look like, and maybe present something to council as part of the 2027 budget as a new service, perhaps. Would be something that we could examine.
No other questions?
I'm confused as to why we have to present something to the ministry, but we aren't doing it. So why would number 2 be included? Because I'm not sure I understand why we have this there.
Good. Can one of the staff comment to the requirement to report on something, but we aren't doing that item?
Go ahead, Mackenzie.
I can speak vaguely. Why we're bringing it forward now is the Watershed Council expressed an interest in it for more information for some upcoming projects and grants. That was kind of what sparked this. In terms of the reporting on an annual basis, I can speak in limited capacity because I haven't been here in past years, but within the wording of the official plan, it speaks to an annual report to the MECP, but then it also speaks to that annual report in addition or in relation to the allowance of 10 lots per year to be granted on the Muskrat Watershed Lake. So it can be a little bit unclear whether the intention is that this be entirely an annual report or this be just done on that yearly basis when we want to move the next phase of 10 lots forward. So in this case, because the Watershed Council expressed that interest and in this information, and because they wanted it with the MECP, because they want to help provide that information to them for collaboration moving forward, we opted to prepare the annual report as outlined in the official plan, and then moving forward, just for ease of gathering information, because one thing I didn't note, which I should have, is the report was done in collaboration with our CAO, with our chief building official, with our community development assistant, and with our with Riley LeRiviere as well, providing contributions. And there's quite a lot of information from those couple of years, and some challenges in gathering, especially the permit information, not very supported in our system. So I think our approach moving forward is going to be to treat this as an annual report and thus keep it as such. But in the past, it may have been because it was connected to that phasing in of those 10 lots that it was deemed unnecessary. But I'll pass it over to our CAO if he has any further comment.
Provide some additional context. I'm glad to see this captured, even though we're not exactly 100% sure on what the format of the report or the context of the items we're reporting on. We're throwing it out there. I'm sure MECP is going to give us some feedback. But I think the first portion of your question, Councillor White, to the CAO, to implement an inspection program requires some logistics and money behind it. So that would trigger, if that is something we indeed need to do or want to consider doing, it comes with its own resource requirement, and that will have to be looked at separately. Good? Does that satisfy? Councillor White, you're happy? And this second person, I didn't write down who the seconder was. Councillor Trim, any points from you?
Just something of clarification I noticed when I was reading this. And if we look at item number 6, down at the bottom, the second last bullet, McLeod Drain CCTV review to check condition of the drain. I don't know what drain they're referring to there. They're going to put a camera in a drain, and I couldn't find above what drain they were speaking of.
Can you provide some additional context, Planner? Or CAO?
I'll extend it to our Director of Public Works. I think he could provide some details with respect to that. It was led through his department. Thanks.
My apologies. Yeah, so McLeod Drain is one behind that comes from Cobden. So it extends past the Wren subdivision.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it'd be part of the phase 1, 2, 3, and then I guess 4.
Yeah, and I think just to clarify, it extends all the way to Muskrat Lake. The outlet of that municipal drain through the village here, it outlets into Muskrat Lake, and that's why it's being brought in to this report, because it has an impact to the effluent or the condition of Muskrat Lake. Yep.
Okay. Got it.
Page 4, third paragraph down, the following funding is allocated for 2026, and it says $46,000 for reconstruction of stormwater collection system on Crawford Street. Should that be changed? Because we're only doing engineering this year, and it's certainly not $460,000. So I'm just wondering for clarification, should that number stay, or should it be changed to just the engineering of this year?
I'm going to flip that over to the CAO, please.
Yeah, I think the deliberations around Crawford, I mean, we're going to have them very shortly, like today, in today's meeting. I think it's fair to say that at this point in time, present in the current context, even after today's decision of council with respect to the design of Crawford, we've allocated in the 2026 budget this work. So I would say it notes the funding is allocated, we've allocated the funding, and that's not changing at this point in time. So I think it's fair to leave it in as is. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Works for me.
Any other questions, member council? No? Good. I'm just really appreciative of digging out this report and going through it. I thought well done to staff and Muskrat Watershed Council for outlining this. And like I said, I think this, depending on how it materialized, could give us a good opportunity to advocate directly to MECP at AMO if we can't get the doors open before then. Good. Yes, Councillor Moore?
Sorry, I had a question too, and I forgot.
Yeah.
You reminded me. Just wondering if, now that this is a living document, should this not be done on an annual basis to help facilitate perhaps the watershed with funding, et cetera, and down the road? We'd have no idea when we do our budget starting in November or December, what's happening with the next year for whether there should be or be looking at 10 extra lots along the watershed. So just wondering if the living document is better to keep live so we don't have to reinvent the wheel in a hurry should somebody, contractor, come in and say, I want 10 lots. So I think it would be a lot of work at the time if we don't have a living document. Just a comment.
CAO, please.
Yeah, I mean, certainly to the members of council, the intent is to submit an annual report to the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. We also, the planning department also issues an annual report around severances to the county of Renfrew through our delegation of authority. So it would just get combined into the annual reports of the planning department. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. No final questions. With that, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item is 9.3, government road paving. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the award of tender 2026-03 government road paving to Thomas Cavanaugh Construction Limited at a cost of $376,606.13, inclusive of non-refundable HST. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Olmsted. And this will go to our Director of Public Works, Superintendent.
I'll pass it to the
Perfect, thank you.
superintendent.
All right, I'm not going to read the report that's in front of you, but I highlighted some points, and we'll just make mention of those. Government Road reconstruction project is from Foresters Falls County Road 7 to Fletcher Road, based on the latest pavement condition index survey. Most of the project area is rated as very poor, and anyone who's traveled that section would agree. It's roughly a 3-kilometer section. A geotechnical firm was obtained to provide a pavement rehabilitation design, which will include ditch cleanout, pulverizing, and then adding 3 inches of granular A, and then 50 mils of asphalt. Tender was issued on February 27th, and 2 addendums were issued. A public tender opening took place following the tender closing on March 24th at 3 p.m. There were 5 bids received, ranging from $418,000 to $616,000. Thomas Cavanaugh was the lowest bid, and the Schedule of the project is to have the pulverizing completed the third week of May and paving scheduled in July. Our Public Works Department will complete the necessary prep work throughout the month of June. The financial implications include the budget allocation for this was $660,000, and based on the tender results, the revised project budget is approximately $175,000 below the original estimate. And those are the highlights.
Good. Excellent. I'll go back to my mover first, which is Councillor Moore.
Okay, sorry. Glad this came in under budget. And I'm most certainly in favor of completing this road this year. I travel it every chance I get just to make sure it hasn't miraculously revented itself, and it certainly hasn't. So I can understand why the people living on that stretch were complaining to me about the conditions of the road. So I've traveled it, and I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Good. Seconder was Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, like Councillor Ward said, congratulations on the savings. That's a substantial savings versus the budgeted amount. Do you have any thoughts about using that in the $175,000 in 2026? Or I do see that it's going to reserves. Do you have any plans to use up that reserve?
Yes, that's a very good question. So staff have went into have a few different options. Staff, just based on our workload, we've done our work plan, and there would be we could find some time to do another road project. I know that in part of the budget discussions there was mentions of design line. There wouldn't be enough funds to do that entire road. One option is that we could extend the project area scope past Fletcher Road. The one issue with that is then the next scope of section of that road would be a lot smaller and may actually turn higher unit cost. And then also staff have looked at some other roads that in our kind of 5-year plan to move up. If council is suggesting to staff to come back with a list of roads, we will do that. But at the time, I think staff are committed to include that approximately $175,000 towards next year's capital program.
Councillor Olmsted.
Would an option be to perhaps look at the engineering for Resign Line to get ready for next year?
And that's a very good point. Staff actually will be presenting to have like the geotech and some design around the small lake. One thing that we could use that money for that. It'd be a very small portion of it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Perfect. Councillor Trim.
Since the directors reported that they would have time this summer to do other work, bring some other work forward, I really think that we need to proceed as quickly as possible with any and all work on our roads. And so I'm hoping that we spend all of our budget money this year, and because the roads need it. And so I'm advocating for that rather than putting it into reserve. And I'm hoping that the Public Works will come forward with some suggestions as how to spend the money very effectively within the time, within the available time in the calendar. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Any other comments or questions? Councillor White.
Yes, I was actually happy to see this come up, and then I decided to, well, I drive down Government Road quite a bit, but I decided to drive down and pay attention, and I was disappointed to see that it's only going as far as Fletcher. Do we have any plans to do Fletcher to Powers anytime soon? Because I think it's just as bad, if not worse, in some sections.
I would definitely agree with you that it is in very poor condition also. I believe in our, during the budget process, I believe it was scheduled, like, well, during our unfunded kind of 5-year scope, like, look at it, it was scheduled for next year, but also it will compete with other roads with it. So it's not set in stone for next year, but it is on a list, which will be coming back this fall.
So how bad does that road have to get again before we do anything with it? Because, I mean, why not make one road done? And then at least we know that that whole road is good. It's not like it's a, you know, a long, long stretch, but
Yeah.
instead of just doing part of a road and then doing another part and then going over here and doing another part, is there a reason for doing stuff like that instead of doing one project? Thanks.
Yeah, I can speak. Yeah, so basically it was selected that Government Road was selected from Fletcher to Forster Falls Road. It was based on the funds. To do the next section from Powers Road to Fletcher, we would be approximately about 500,000 to complete that section. So there was an option that, you know, if we continue that, there'd be a shortfall, 500 minus 175,000. Which but you're right, it would be completed, that project, but one option, if it could be unfinanced, turn to the treasurer. If it was unfinanced, that it would be included in next year's budget, but it'd be funded, so we funded by next year, but be done this year. If I can pass it to the treasurer.
Yeah, the Director of Public Works is completely right in that, and saying that it would be unfinanced and then push in. I just would remind council of the list of projects that are on to be done in the future years, and that's the reason that the staff was recommending to put this money away for the future years when it can be combined with other values and avoid this unfinanced piece, because it limits the number of projects that can be done this year. There may be availability for projects this year to be done, but if you do it this year, you're then going to have a very big opening next year potentially, because there's less money to do work. It's better to try and mitigate the projects through the time to better use of funds, I believe.
You're good? Yeah, I can keep going. Do you have a comment? Sorry.
Yeah, just generally speaking, I mean, the question to why are we not doing the whole road and just a segment? I mean, we don't really have a concrete plan, just generally. We know that we have a list of roads that need to be done, a lot of which could be in poor condition. So we just, through this budget committee and our asset management plan that we're all working through, the intent is to have a plan, like a 5-year, 10-year plan of our roads. So it's to come, it's just, we're not quite there just yet. Thanks.
Councillor Trim.
Yes, help me, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if it'd be appropriate to make a motion to request that the department bring back to us some suggestions as to how they could effectively spend this $175,000 this year, if it can be done in the calendar. If that is appropriate, I would like to move it, and I would ask someone to second it for me, please.
Good. So we have a motion seconded by Councillor Moore. So the motion is to ask staff to explore options to expend the surplus, $175,000, within the year, existing fiscal year. Good. Yes, sorry, fiscal year, calendar year, same thing for us. Yeah. Good. With that, the motion has a seconder, so we can hear discussion and questions on it. I'll go back. Is there anybody who wants to discuss this? Yeah, Councillor Moore.
Just while we're having this conversation, so food for thought when we're thinking about what to do with that extra money. Next year, whenever Crawford Street is tore apart and traffic is here, there, and all over, Just wondering if some of the sections on John Street and perhaps the one that goes down to Tim Hortons shouldn't be looked at because they're falling apart. And with the extra traffic next year with Crawford Street tore up, would it be advantageous to patch some of them areas to give longevity to the road with the increased traffic next year? That's something else to look at while we're deliberating what we're going to do with the excess money.
Good. Is there any other comments or questions from council? Councillor White?
I'm just concerned that if we are asking them to spend this money, if they're just going to find something to be done and quickly do it, and I'd like to put a lot of thought into this. I don't want to have to spend this money just for the sake of spending it, because unlike government funding, we don't lose this money. It will be there because we've set it aside ourselves. So I just want to make sure that we aren't just going to be making up a project. I know we have projects, but I mean, our staff is already limited, and if we want them to do more, we might be asking too much then. So that's all I want to say.
Good. Any other, Councillor Olmsted?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would love to see council, I'd love to see staff finalize the asset management plan. I'd love to see council stick to the priorities set out in the asset management plan. If we don't start sticking to the plans, we're never going to have a 5 or 10 year plan. As Councillor White said, a lot of thought's gone into this. We have a budget surplus right now. Some of these other projects can go, look at Zion Line, some of those could go way over budget. So right now it's a windfall. I would like to see that money directed toward completing priorities set out in the asset management plan. Thank you.
Good. Any other comments about the motion on the floor? Councillor Trim?
Yes, and I appreciate Councillor Olmsted's comments. I would hope that our plans are flexible enough that we can, and not written in stone, so that we can, with being very responsible and professional, that we can, we can move on our feet when we have to. I would like to be showing the ministry that, we need money, and every bit that we have, we're using effectively. But I do appreciate those comments, and a lot of work was put into that plan, and we shouldn't ignore it. Those are all valid points, but also I think we should have a bit of flexibility, and so much work needs to be done. If there wasn't time, and if there wasn't any so-called plans on the shelf, then no. I agree with Councillor White. No, we need to be doing this very professionally, conscientiously, and economically. If that can be done, I think that's the intent of my motion. If not, well then, don't pass it. I think the staff would tell us that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Any other final comments on this motion? Good. We will then call for the vote. All those in favor? And I see 2, and those opposed? 3. Therefore, it is opposed. As subject to the actual motion, the previous motion, because it wasn't an amendment, it will get put into reserve for next year's priority. Good. So that deals with Councillor Trim's motion that was on the floor. Is there any final comments with respect to the report and the original motion? Okay, I see none. We will then call for the vote, and this is, again, awarding to Thomas Kavanagh. Oh, sorry, I do, before I call for the vote, I do have a question just on the numbers in the report, and just to make sure that if there is a question from the public. So the motion awards Kavanagh $376,000. Their bid number was $418,000. I'm assuming, and I'll get the treasurer or the staff to confirm the difference. The difference is the refundable HST. But then when I look at the project cost table that the superintendent briefed us on, I couldn't find a corresponding set of numbers that added up to 376,000 or 418,000. So I'm just wondering if we can correlate the three sets of numbers, the bid, the resolution, and the table, to articulate how they're all relatable. Is that to the treasurer, or is that to the director? Who's putting their hand up? The director is? Okay.
Yes, and it's a very good point. So the award is with the non-refundable HST, which is 1.76% that we pay. What's shown in the 5 bids is the actual 13% of HST. And if you look at in the project, the project table, so the pulverizing and asphalt, so $370,000 plus. So that's the price. That's not including any HST. So if it was 370,000 times your non-refundable, that would be the cost for the tendered amount.
Perfect, the 370 plus their portion of the 8,000 at the bottom of the table.
Yeah.
Perfect, good. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear for council and for the public. Good, does that trigger any final questions from any members of council? Good, we'll call for the vote then. All those in favor? And it's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good, and with that, we're going to take a quick recess. 5 minutes, please, Sean. Welcome back to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting for Wednesday, April 1st. Just a short recess. We're going to call ourselves back to order here at 2:20 p.m. And we're on item 9.4, which is a tandem plow truck purchase. The recommendation is that the council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the purchase of a 2027 Freightliner chassis equipped with a Viking Sives ProLine U-body and plow equipment from Gincor Trucks at a cost of $419,637.89, inclusive of non-refundable HST, through the canoe procurement contract Viking Sebs 62222-VCM. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Olmsted. Is this superintendent, director?
I'll
Okay.
take this one. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this one here, we did a little different than our previous procurement of tandem trucks, which was through an actual public tender. This time we decided to go with through the canoe procurement and contracted with two providers that are in their program. We held multiple, the mechanic and the road super and myself held multiple meetings with the two vendors. And got two prices to find the best option for the municipality and also the best value. So both manufacturers quoted on two little variations, which is the dump body, U-body dump body, dump box, or a side mount, which is what we have currently on some of our fleet on the last few tenders. And also changing from a cable to a wing, to a cable to a hydraulic wing, which has been different from some of the last few tenders. Ultimately, that was to get the best value for the municipality, and in consulting with the mechanic and the road super, that probably the best, it's a good option to go ahead with. So the four quotes came in, that's shown in the presentation, and staff are recommending going with the lowest quote from Gincor Trucks, which would consist of a U-body dump box, and then also was the Viking plow and wing, that'd be hydraulic. The financial implications, so that it was funded in the 26 capital budget of $425,000. With the price coming under budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Mover, Councillor Moore.
Just that I'm happy that this is back, and I'm happy with the amount. I thought it would have been more, so I'm happy with this selection. If our superintendent is happy, I'm good to go. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, I think nice to see another tender come in, although slightly under budget, still under budget. Just my own knowledge, are our trucks, are all the new trucks we're ordering, are they all automatics now? Or are they all standards?
We do have a mix of standard and automatic. I believe our last three, so from truck 35 to 42 are all automatics. We do have a few other ones in there that are standard.
And do we see any difference in the maintenance of automatics versus the standards?
To my knowledge, we haven't had, other than one, issues with the actual transmission versus manual. It hasn't been an issue.
Great, thank you.
Good. Any other questions from members of council? I do, if no one else does. The price tag, $420,000 for the tandem plow truck. Although we have set the money aside for it now, when you look at the table of trucks coming due for replacement, there's a steady flow of replacements at $420,000 or greater. Now may be an opportunity just for a moment to just talk a little bit about what is driving that $420,000. Do we have options, or are there ways we could consider in the future in our budget committee discussions about trying to lower that price tag on future trucks. I noticed that we have one single axle truck, and the rest are tandems. Could we downgrade an axle? Is there other options? Or when it comes to removing snow and taking care of our roads, which I would say is one of our highest priorities and highest functions, is this just the cost of doing business? Can staff comment on that at all?
Yeah, so, we have analysis of the amount of, plow routes we have. And also, if you remember back, there was like a public works, what the actual terminology was, a study was done, with our neighboring, our neighboring municipality, and with the range, I think the average, plow route is, I think it's around 45 kilometers, single lane, plow route, and that is consistent in, like the average should be around. By removing, say we got rid of one plow route, that would significantly increase the amount of kilometers. And also on the other side of that, we do a lot of in-house, road construction, which is typically mainly used by our tandem trucks. And we don't use the single axle, which reflects the amount of kilometers. And also the single axle only does the village of Cobden, and also does small of Haley Town site. It's something that always be looked at is the amount of fleet we have. With truck 22, it is a backup truck to us that's been heavily used over the last couple of years. The one thing that staff's going to bring forward is, which we're just doing the numbers now, is based on our tangible capital asset. Heavy fleet is for 15 years. So the one thing staff's going to bring a report in is what's the amount of the cost of purchase, of trade-in, not trade-in, but actually selling the vehicle, and also the cost for maintenance per year. So if it's year one on each truck, what it costs, and versus what it costs for year 15. So that's coming, that we're working on with finance and also with our fleet mechanic. Yeah, so one thing, to back to your question, that stuff have analyzed, and this is what our fleet consists, and it is accurate.
Good. So the trigger point, and this is budget committee discussion that I'm just leveraging into this report. We know we can't afford the assets. So in order to be able to fund the replacement of these trucks in a long-term financial plan, it's either we increase taxes or we find other levels of service to cut. And we, at this point, we have a plan, we have a vehicle we have to replace this year. We can't diverge from our current plan. But that is unsustainable, and we know that now. Going forward, we have to find different ways to locate those savings. And I would challenge staff. It's, if it's not changing the fleets or, finding a way to compress that cost, then it's going to be in some other aspect of the operations in order to do that versus increasing property taxes. But I know the analysis is being done, and we just continue to encourage that at this point in time. Any other comments from members of council? I'll start with Councillor Olmsted, then I'll go to Councillor Trim.
Yeah, just a question on the list of trucks. Does one of these trucks come off due to the purchase, or has that already been removed?
That's correct. So truck 20 will be deemed surplus and sold on gov deals.
Which number, sorry?
28.
28. Great, thank you.
Councillor Trim?
I know that this probably is impossible, but some of the parts of the snowplow truck never wear out, like the plow, for instance. And I'm just wondering if anything like that plow wing harness are interchangeable, or could be, so that you could buy the truck without the plow and save money that way. But I know that the harness is probably specifically made for the truck. But as you said, Mr. Mayor, we have to find some ways of reducing these horrendous costs, and anything would help. So, thank you.
Good. Any other comments? All right, I just want to thank staff going through this report. I know we diverged on the topic there, but again, I think it's important. The theme of the budget committee discussions are important, and this is just an example of where it's going to come to roost in the future. Okay, with that, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And that was unanimous. Thank you. Good. The next item, holy smokes, it's all about Public Works. 9.5, Crawford Street reconstruction. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township Whitewater Region approve the award of engineering services for the Crawford Street reconstruction design to Robinson Consultants in the amount of $55,639.32, inclusive of non-refundable HST. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Olmsted. Back to the Director.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in 2029, Council awarded the Crawford Street engineering design to McIntosh Perry Consulting Engineers. The original scope back in 2019 was just to replace the a 4-inch water main between Asher Lab and Meadow Street. In 2021, and the project since then was the intent, along with Crawford, there was Hume Street and also Simpson Street was the design and had to be shovel ready. In 2021, the scope was expanded to actually resurface the entire section of Crawford Street, right from Main Street to Asher Lab. Since then, McIntosh Perry was sold to Aegis. In the fall of 2025, staff met with their team and to go over the design and how to bring it from to the status where it was to final design and to tender. Staff had multiple meetings with Aegis staff, and just in February 13th, they came back and said that they didn't have capacity to complete the project. Staff reached out to two firms to see if they would take the project on, which would take the previous project by Aegis and to re-engine it and put it into their drawing format, and also provide tendering services. Just a note, during the section of late 80s and early 90s, the major project took place through the village of Cobden, which replaced the majority of storm sewers and sanitary sewers along Crawford. However, only a section of portions of the water main was changed at that time. While staff investigated more, that it was a question if the water main was actually replaced between Meadow and Jason, which the original design was only doing the one block between Meadow and Asher Lab. Late as last week, staff investigated and determined that the water main is in fact a 4-inch cast water main right from Asher Lab right to Jason. So it's 2 blocks of that. So to add the scope into Robinson's scope would be to include the actual design of that 1 block between Jason and Meadow, additional to their scope of work, and also to look at to investigate the storm possibility to have outlets provided to each property to allow for storm separation from having some pumps or roof leaders into the sanitary. So it's something to be part of their scope of work. In addition to Robinson, the project would require additional geotechnical work, and also CCTV of the storm sewers and sanitary. The one thing that staff have determined through old drawings, that there is a potential that there's a note on the drawing that there could be part of that project back in the late 80s and 90s, that there potentially already could be storm laterals to the property. So that's one thing that we'll be determining to the actual CCTV, that we will determine if that's actually the case or not. It is, as the staff council probably frustrated that this project was to go ahead this year for actual construction. Staff are already frustrated with it also too, and due to the actual delays of the changing of the firms to complete the project, the staff that it is unlikely that it'll be completed in 2026, and it will be going for tender in late year for 2027 year. But in speaking of that, we will be working with Robinson to determine if we can actually get it to tender this year. Just sometimes during August tendering, you potentially could pay more for the actual project, and also with the Cobham Fair around that time also could be issues. So staff are looking at right now is actually having a design, have proper public consultation, as in, then actually going for tender and try to get the best price in the fall for next year's construction period. Thank you.
Councillor Moore, mover.
Just one, can you confirm what you said about hooking up the leaders into the storm sewer? This is just for roof water, et cetera. It's nothing to do with sewer.
That's correct. So in the wastewater collection system, there's high groundwater input, and one aspect could be some pumps and downspouts connected to it, which we'll see in the springtime, which we'll see probably this weekend, that we have increases in high flows at the wastewater plant. And part of the actual environmental class assessment during the plant was to upgrade the plant, and also look at ways we can reduce flows. And this is one opportunity to actually take Crawford Street to ensure that there's no to allow option for residents to have stormwater access.
Understand, thank you.
Seconder was Councillor Olmsted. Any other members of council? Councillor Trim?
Yes, I'm interested in the laterals. If some exist already, that's good. I'm wondering, in an already established street, how many people would be interested in connecting to our storm sewer? Because I'm assuming it's going to be at their cost, which would be, now we're talking in the thousands of dollars. I don't know if we should be spending the money to create this if there's going to be no uptake. You know what I mean? In places with no storm sewers, people drain into the gutter. I mean, no laterals, I should say, and then it'll go down the street or whatever. So I'm just wondering how much it would cost to create these laterals in a new system when there may be no uptake to connect to them. That's just a concern. I don't know how that could be resolved. Thanks very much.
I'm going to send that to staff, but my question was, I don't know what a storm lateral is. So based on your comments, I'm starting to clue it together, but maybe if the director could respond to your question, but just with some context as to what you're speaking to when you talk about a lateral,
yes,
individuals signing up to it at their own cost, all that, please.
Yes, so typically in a new urban development, you will have you'll have your sanitary system that does sanitary, and which it connects to each dwelling. And you also have a storm sewer in the road, and also have a storm sewer lateral, like a pipe that connects to from the main into the house to actually drain the house's foundation drain. And typically, and it's very common in older sections of development, as in Cobden, there was no storm sewers provided when the house was built. And typically, a sump pump typically is done to actually drain the actual foundation. And a lot of times, and this is very common across North America, where there's a problem where a lot of groundwater seeps from the foundations is making its way into the wastewater, which affects the plant. And the one thing a lot of municipalities have to decide is if we're going to separate the stormwater from sanitary, or we're going to treat the storm at the plant. In this case, back in the environmental assessment, it was determined to upgrade the plant with some low capacity, but to actually reduce the actual storm inflow. Does that solve your answer your question?
I know you have your hand up, but do you mind if I interject just because we're on this topic? Councillor Trim, you can put a supplemental in if you want. But, so I'm imagining this, a lateral literally is the pipe is going this way and the residence connects laterally into that pipe to drain their storm.
That's correct. The pipe from the storm, the main that's in the road to the property line.
Good. So when we consider a subdivision such as Wren over here, those basements, as part of that new development, are their basements are
No.
stormed into, they're not.
No.
Is there any of this example within Cobden?
None comes to mind offhand, but
That we know of?
I mean,
So right now, all the properties within the settlement boundaries of Cobden, their storm is either being piped into sanitary systems, or it's being put into the yard and it goes naturally through the soil, which probably just goes down into their basement, gets picked up by their sump pump, and then gets pumped back into the sanitary sewer. Okay, so if an individual house wants to attach to our sewer, the cost for that attachment, can you confirm how does that get divided up between the project and the individual property owner?
yes, and I'll expand on that. Yeah, so the one option that typically would happen, we would provide same as a even if for a wastewater, like for lateral, like for your typically which the project municipality would bring it to the property line, and if the homeowner wanted to connect, with their cost to replace their sewer, like their sanitary lateral, and we had their cost to connect their sump pumps sewer into our storm sewer. The one thing to note, staff are preparing a report on a plan how to affect I&I. So we're going to plan. So the first step will be public education to voluntary disconnect to determine if your house is sump pump is connected to your wastewater, and it'd be a voluntary disconnection, and then from that point will be more investigation to determine would we actually to enforce the homeowner to actually disconnect. We have two bylaws state that it is I'm not allowed to connect your sump pump to the sanitary wastewater, and sewer correspondence to the residents to determine what benefits there would be. The big benefit would be to have more capacity for growth, and also to limit the spring high flows for overpassing the plant, And also, lower flows in the system would lower the cost for chemicals in hydro, which would effectively help with the rates. So that report is coming in the future, with a plan how to, what is the plan for public education on that?
Good, I'm tracking it. Supplement from Councillor Trim? And then I'll come to Councillor White.
Yes, I'm a little surprised, I didn't know this, that the new Wren subdivision isn't connected to their basement or perimeter drains or eaves trough drains aren't connected to our storm sewer system. I'm surprised at that, and which makes me think, so why would we be doing this for older established residents? Because, of course, when you're doing new construction, it's cheaper to hook up at that point. It's going to be very expensive to hook up now, depending where, and I don't know how much it's going to cost us, because to provide the lateral to the property line, if the sewer is not dead down the street, some of them are long and some of them are short, it's going to be an expensive project. And if we know already that people, when they find out what the cost could be, are not going to hook up, I don't know if we should be spending the money. But that can all be reported back to us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And
Sorry, Director?
I'll take that. Just from two notes, yes. So the Wren subdivision is a little different than more of it. So that's more of a rural cross section, like semi-urban cross section, which it has ditches or swales. So the sump pump will actually go into the ditch and swale. In this case here, Crawford, it's an urban cross section where it has that doesn't have swales or the ditches. The one thing through analysis, that's why it will be done to see if it's feasible or not to actually, what the actual cost will be to provide a storm outlet to the residents or not. And that will be brought back to council.
EO, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Just for clarity and for the members of council and to the director, if the decision is to put a stormwater main in the road, no, rather, let me rephrase this. If the decision is to put the stormwater main in the road, that decision will naturally be that we are disconnecting all stormwater connections to the sanitary line. Like we're forcing that decision. And if the owner chooses not to do a connection to the storm, their other alternative is just to pump it out onto the grass and let it drain through the surface. Is that my understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. So if we decide to put a storm pipe in, a storm main, at the same time, we'll disconnect all of the storm to the sanitary, which will reduce flows to the treatment plant, which is important. I think it's very important because a lot of the capacity, we could build capacity at the treatment plant if all of this storm water, the rainwater coming off people's roofs, doesn't go to the treatment plant. The alternative to them paying for a pipe connection to the storm is that they would pump it to their grass, and like a rural property, you would drain it over your grass. Okay, thanks.
Good, and just to confirm, we're just talking the design portion right now, so there is, as Councillor Trim indicated, an opportunity to influence this at a later time. Good, great discussion. Sorry, Councillor Moore, I'm going to recognize Councillor White first. She's been very patient, and then I'll come to you.
Wow, this was the one that I was totally confused about when I was reading it. I was trying to go back and forth with it. But when I was a reporter or the editor at the Cobham Sun years ago, we were asking for voluntary disconnection. And here we are in 2026, and I know we did it last year too, asking for voluntary disconnection. Why are we still doing this? Why can't we force them? And if we do force them, where does the water go? It goes onto somebody else's property. And then I don't think we're allowed to do that, are we? So if I put my water onto my property and it leaks onto my neighbor's, that's not allowed, right?
Yes, you're correct. In the Sewer Drainage Act, if it's not a regular drainage pattern, you're correct.
So how can we force people to disconnect if we decide to go ahead with the lateral and they don't want to join.
Yeah, so there will be a whole plan of voluntary connection and what's the benefits and all that. We brought forward to council, and there is, we can only, you're correct, we do have bylaws dating back that you're not allowed to do it, but we know that there's non-compliance right now. So it's actually having the amount of available staff and exercise, it's a major exercise in actual determining what properties are connected or not.
And how do you know which properties are connected?
There's different methods of doing it. So the one location, like, so if one is doing, there is lateral smoke testing to determine if it is or not. One option that we're moving forward, which you'll see that in the plans, is actually do a master servicing plan, which includes storm and sanitary and water. Which the storm part will actually, so in the sanitary we'll actually do flow monitoring. So we actually try to bring down what section of the village is actually is the higher flow volumes and actually concentrate on that. So it actually could be as simple as that the homeowner actually providing a statement that they're not connected or not. And also just by visual going by the house and seeing if there's sump pumps on the lawn or not. So if you drive by a house and we go do a study and determine, like springtime coming up this weekend, if someone has a sump pump on the lawn, that means that the sump pump's not going into the sanitary system.
A sump pump on the lawn?
Sump pump, if it's
The exhaust hose.
the hose coming out.
On the lawn.
Okay. Okay, is there any chance that we could get two tenders, one without this lateral line going through, to see if that would be less expensive? Because I honestly don't think people are going to, if they haven't complied in this many years without being forced, I don't see how they're going to voluntarily spend, let's say, even if it's hundreds of dollars to connect. So can we do a study or an engineering report without this line? And are we doing like water mains and everything else when we have this road dug up?
Yeah, so I'll talk about the scope of work. So
That's, I'm so confused over everything here.
yes, so through the Robinson scope of work, we'll be providing a detailed cost estimate, and it will provide, if we provide storm laterals from the main to houses, it would cost so much money, and that now be brought to council for see what direction. The project scope is to brand new asphalt from Main Street to Asher Lab, and new water main from Asher Lab to Jason.
Only because that's the part that needs to be replaced and the other part doesn't.
Replaced now, but how soon will it have to be replaced
That's a good
without digging up the road again? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Good questions, because these are, now what will happen is that this resolution, sorry, Director, you can correct me, but this resolution is approving the engineering review, which will come back to us with some questions as to what scope we want to include in it. So that discussion about laterals and stormwater management will come back to council to be able to influence it at that time. That's correct, right, Director?
That's correct.
Yeah. So at this point, we're just acknowledging that we are giving permission to hire this consultant to do the analysis, to come back to us with some proposals.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Director.
Good. Sorry, I already put him off. I'll come back to you. So Councillor Moore.
Just wondering if this engineering firm can tell us from Jason Street to Astrolab how deep the rock is and what feasibility to dig up and renew will be at that point, because I know at the end of Astrolab and Crawford, there's rocks basically coming out of the ground, so there may not be a feasibility for laterals, et cetera, if it's going to cost a lot of money to blast.
So what they're doing in Beachburg is they're not digging up the road, right? They're,
There's no rock.
oh, okay.
Please, Director, if you could respond to
Yes,
just about the rock face.
yes. So part of the previous project in 2019, there was borehole done and geotechnical done. In reviewing it by staff and reviewing with Robinson, we determined that there'll have to be more geotechnical done because the spacing was quite distant. So it'd be more geotechnical done to determine the exact rock profile of it, to determine how much rock removal will be provided in the actual tender. And then there's no geotechnical from Main Street to Jason currently right now, so that'll be added into the scope of work.
Okay, thank you.
Good. So again, the engineering tender that we're awarding is supposed to gather that information to be able to enable us to make the right decision and the cost estimate towards it. Councillor Olmsted.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to provide some context. Being a former resident of the village of Cobden, over the years, residents have been offered the opportunity to disconnect without any resolution to where to connect or where the water would flow. It was estimated that a significant number of households in Cobden are actually connected to the sanitary sewer, which is contributing large inflows to the treatment plant. In fact, up to half the households were anticipated to be connected to the system. In the springtime, those connections would contribute over half of the households' inflow to the treatment plant. So you think about a sump pump, how much water it generates every time versus a toilet flush. So significant amounts of water were contaminating the system. As part of the task force recommendations, one of the recommendations was to provide households an alternative. So especially in places, I can't remember the term that Lane had used regarding high volume or households or areas of the town that would contribute more than other areas. This is one of the alternatives that was suggested, was that we actually Cobden needs a storm water system. You think about the lifespan and how much money we spent on a water treatment plant or a wastewater treatment plant, and significant volumes of that water is getting treated when but that water doesn't need to go there. So I would absolutely want to see a system where laterals can be connected to a storm dedicated system. I think it's important. It's not a solution to have people put sump pump hoses on their lawns because that water is going to other people's property or regenerating right back into their own property, and it's a constant cycle of we're pumping water back out, it's coming back into the system, into a basement, we're pumping it out again. So you can imagine if all of Crawford Street had hoses onto their lawns, what Crawford Street would look like right now, especially right now. So I think it's very important that we do move forward with a lateral option for sure. One thing that I would like to see regarding the cost is that that added to some type of a CIP program where they can households can apply if whatever criteria we suggest needs to be there, but a household can apply to have a portion of that cost funded by a CIP program. But I emphasize again that this, not only on Crawford Street, this is needed in probably every street, this type of lateral alternative system people need somewhere for their water to go. And Cobden is historically known for flooded basements. Again, coming up to the retail store, and I could show you customers year after year buying sump pump after sump pump after sump pump this time of year. It's really devastating to some of the homeowners. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Wade.
If they hooked up to the lateral, they wouldn't need the sump pumps or anything like that then? The water would, is that it? Oh,
So that, it all depends on, it's a very, it all depends on the actual, elevation of the actual main and that, it'd have to be case by case basis.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? We can't stress, I know we're just talking about hiring the consultant to do a design on Crawford Street, and disappointed in the fact that it may be delayed. But the real important thing, which council has kind of talked about at length here, is the impact that storm has on water or wastewater treatment. And the development and how we have to incorporate that into the decision. So the aspects that have been brought up, I know the director has this, but it's encouraging for that discussion to be happening around the council table. That marks the importance. I think the suggestion about the CIP is a very valid one. And does staff need anything, or you'll just take that as staff direction?
Yeah, we'll take it as staff direction. I think what's important is to understand what the estimated cost of works is, and then we could evaluate it against that. Thanks.
Good. The last question I'll throw at the director, if everybody else is complete, is just in Ottawa, they have implemented permeable asphalt on some of their streets as a way to supplement their storm capacity for high flow events. When we're considering this project, when Robinson is looking at it, are they considering these innovative strategies? I don't know how permeable asphalt would work in this circumstance, but is there, somebody else may have cracked the code on this. There may be an alternative towards burying a pipe down to someone's basement level to tie into their weeping draw. Like, that's a very expensive traditional way of achieving this. I just want to make sure that Robinson is considering these opportunities.
Yes, they will. With staff, we'll be working with them through the project and have public meetings, and we will look at anything possible, and also doing more investigation to see if there actually is, back in the project, was there lateral brought to the property lines? Because there was notes on previous drawings, but again, we don't have the actual as-built for some of these drawings. But so by turn, we'll follow up with more information coming forward to the actual design.
Good. And the last thing, I just wanted to recognize this is again a sole source. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Good.
Yeah, sorry, if I may. Yeah, so staff did reach out to two firms, but with the one firm, as in March 16, determined that they wouldn't provide a bid. So it would be sourced, so one bidder.
Good. And sorry, just looking at staff, but just for our policy with respect to sole source, does it require any boxes to be checked for it to come to council?
I can answer this. Yeah, so I believe any source has to be brought to council.
Any other boxes that need to be checked in that proposal to council?
I don't believe so.
It looks like the treasurer is verifying that. I think it'd be common practice where your sole sourcing is that, I mean, in this case, it's more of a time thing, I guess. And given that we're already using the same consulting firm for other projects in the community, I think there's an efficiency there when engaging with projects and different projects, but just given the treasurer a moment to have to verify that. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll give him a second.
And based on that, typical practice through our procurement policy would be to go out for RFP or for actual projects that are over, I think it's 25, 30,000 an amount. In this case, it's very unique that most engineering firms would be hesitant to actually take up a project that's already been done with a firm, and I think I'm pretty sure that that's why the one firm did not bid, because there's risk involved in that.
Just while he's doing his research over there, Egress, they had the original design, and is there any ramifications for them to back out of this at this last minute? In terms of future bids, would this be a mark against them? How do we recognize how they've not supported us in this project?
I think in this case where the job, it's been multiple years. The original contract was 2019, and it's been a lot of years since then. I think there's no obligation for them to carry it on. I think the project was done. I think the one thing that staff are going to be presenting is actually have a standing offer and have a select few of firms we've brought forward hopefully the next year.
Please.
Thank you. So for the non-competitive procurement piece, for most categories, it doesn't qualify, but the one it would most qualify for is when the required item is covered under extensive right, sorry, wrong one. When the competitive sourcing for low-value procurement would be uneconomical or would not attract bids. I think it falls under that qualification due to the fact that the or the Director of Public Works did reach out to other firms for doing the project, including the firm that originally did the original design, to try and go back to that same company who was awarded by this council at that time through the bid process, through the tender process. Having them not being able to do it, and the fact that Robinson is already conducting other work for the township, makes it more economical for their bid to get a lower cost.
Perfect. Thank you. Final questions or comments from council? Good, I see none. We'll call for a vote. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, staff. Next item is 9.6. Sunshine Coach Annual Contribution. The recommendations of the Council of Township Whitewater Region receive this report for information purposes regarding the Sunshine Coach Service and the Township of Whitewater Region's annual allocation. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Olmsted. Sorry, I'm being distracted already. And seconded by Councillor Trim. Treasurer, please.
Thank you. So this report is just for an information purposes only. So normally what would happen is the Sunshine Coach would actually come and make a presentation here to council. I requested, but they weren't able to attend today. So I'll just be doing a quick presentation on their behalf. So the goal behind this is, back in 2019, there was a bylaw passed to provide support and for the town of Renfrew to receive on our behalf the dedicated gas tax funds from the province to operate the public transportation piece that's provided by the Sunshine Coach. So it provides accessible transportation to people in Renfrew and the area who are living with disabilities, that render the use of conventional modes of transportation inappropriate for their needs. The original bylaw, 1906-1184, stated that the funding support needed to be confirmed annually, and so that's what this report is doing, is just filling in that piece, because normally what would happen is it would either be identified in the annual budget or through their actual presentation that they would present to council. So I'm just fulfilling that piece because I didn't talk about it in the actual budget for the 2026. It is included, but not identified specifically. So currently there are 6 municipalities that provide support to the Sunshine Coach service. So there's Edmonton, Bromley, Blanchard Valley, Greater Madawaska, Horton, the town of Renfrew, and then ourselves, Whitewater Region. So the Ontario's Gas Tax Fund for Public Transportation was launched in 2004, and that was to provide long-term funding for operations such as this. And the purpose of this funding is to create multiple transit ridership through the expansion of public transportation, through capital infrastructure and levels of service. And we're required to use this funding to support ridership growth and the incremental to their spending of transit, and not to replace or reduce the contributions to transit. So since this bylaw was passed in 2019, the township has annually contributed $600 to the Sunshine Coach. And then lower down, I put down the annual trips as well as the contributions by municipality. I will flip down a little further though and just talk first about the Whitewater region trips. You'll notice the comparison from 2020 to 2025. So 2020, we only had 804 trips. And this year was their highest year and was noted by their executive director, Norm Dagg, that it was a substantial year. So it was 2,271 trips compared to 804 5 years ago. So what we have is Amherst Brumley, again, they do 600. You'll notice that they're $600 annually. Montreal Valley, 638 trips, $200. Greater Madawaska, 649 trips, $100. Horton, 2,075 trips, 1,050. And us at 600. The town of Renfrew does not track his trips because there's so many within the town. The way that he tracks his trips is to and from. So anytime you're leaving the municipality or coming into the municipality is how he tracks his trips. So since anything moves within the town of Renfrew, they don't track that side, but they have an annual contribution of 15,000. So under the financial implications, the amount is already allocated under the accessibility expense amount in the 2026 budget. That's why this part has been forwarded, just to bring attention to it to council and bring us for information. If there's any questions.
Thank you, Treasurer. Mover was Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just one question, why the substantial increase in 2025 versus every other year? Did we know?
I don't have a full answer as to why. He said that there is a lot more requests on the senior side and a little more requests as for going to hospital visits and things like that. So I'm not sure exactly why it doubled, other than looking at the overall situation, prices of gas and things of that of the year of 2025 would lead to maybe that's the assumption, is just people utilizing that service more than driving a car themselves.
Right, thank you.
And Councillor Trim.
Yes, I think that, confirm what you said, because of the very active seniors, Whitewater seniors, and the SALC, these people, Julie and Lisa and Laura, are getting to know the seniors that have these transportation needs, and now they're a source for transportation. And so I think that's a big part of it. The other thing, if I may, Mr. Mayor, the township, Whitewater region, supported the Sunshine Coach before we were able to transfer our portion of the gas tax. And I can remember the director coming to the township and explaining what they do. And in this letter, it's been offered to us again. And I think it might be nice for the executive director, Mr. what's his name, Degg, to come and just give us a refresher of the great service that they provide for our residents. And maybe he would be able to give us a more definitive answer as to why our ridership is up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. I think he was booked to come today, but Treasurer?
Yeah, I extended the invitation. He just had prior arrangements, but it was still, we'll still reach out back out to him and have him come potentially to a future meeting, either be himself or one of his other executives under that.
Yeah. I'd even welcome a virtual brief. I know we're not that far from Renfrew, but even to fit it into a schedule easier.
Noted.
Good. Any other questions from other members of council? Councilor Moore?
It's great to have this service available, and it's nice to know that in cooperation with what is in place now compared to what was in place before, to go from 804 trips to 2,200, that's quite a jump. And that's a lot of tax, remaining gas tax, et cetera, going down the road. So it is certainly a great support for our municipality because it's a lot cheaper than us buying a bus. Thank you.
Good. I have one question. Just, can you clarify, the $600 indicated in the table that CEO's put up there, that's gas tax money or that's municipal property tax contribution?
That's municipal taxation contribution. We are required through the bylaw, as you noted in the letter, there's 2 requirements to be contributed to be able to get the gas tax money. One is a financial commitment. This completes that piece, and then have a bylaw that's passed. And since our bylaw was originally passed with no specific end date, we don't need to pass that bylaw annually in order to continue this on. So this letter, or this report itself is just to bring forward, because there was a portion in the bylaw stating to talk about the annual contribution. That's what this achieves.
Can you confirm how much gas tax we provide?
I cannot. I have put a request out to Town of Renfrew, but I just haven't got back at the time of this report.
Good. The reason I ask is I've heard Mr. Dagg's pleas at the county level for additional funding, and he's woefully underfunded. In fact, more significantly funded through fundraising than he is through gas tax or municipal contributions. So the question is the gas tax appropriate for this level of service and demand that is being indicated here? And do we have a need to advocate to the Ministry of Transportation or Finance, whoever's managing this gas tax for transit, to increase that allocation for organizations like this and others in our community that are providing these services? So it may be a potential AMO delegation opportunity. Good. Any final comments or questions from Council? Okay, with that, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And it's carried unanimously. Thank you. Notices of motion. Is there any notices from any members of council? I see no notices today, therefore we're going to jump into correspondence. First agenda I've seen in this term that has no correspondence on this agenda. We are skipping through item number 11 to number 12, which is announcements. We'll start with Councillor White.
Yes, the Grace United Church and the Whitewater Historical Society is hosting a tea, and the date for the tea is the 18th of April, but the deadline to get tickets is April 11th. So if you could just take care of that. Now, there's on April 2nd, there is a virtual Strengthening Rural Decision-Making meeting happening with AMO, which I'm hoping to get to. It's on Zoom. It sounds very interesting. And there was one more. Oh yes, and 12:30 on Saturday, April 11th, there is Euchre at Crossroads, which is at the corner of Snake River Line and Mountain Road. And that's all I have that I know that's happening.
Councillor Olmsted.
I have one very important announcement, and it's to wish a very special grandson a happy birthday today. It's unusual to have an April Fool's birthday, apparently. So anyway, just to wish him a happy birthday. 7.
Councillor Moore.
I do. Just because Deputy Mayor's not here, so I'll remind you that we do have Donnie and Bev Rathwell's 70th anniversary coming up this month, so we have to try and keep on top of that should you decide to send a certificate and or something from the province. I'm not sure how that works, so you'll have to touch base with Deputy Mayor to find out what is required or anticipated. I'm sorry, I don't have the date. I think it's around the 18th, but I'm not sure. I know this isn't the right place for it, but I noticed it going through my book, so
Yeah, we have a note here. We'll follow up with the deputy mayor.
that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trim? Excellent. I have no announcements. Is there staff announcements yet?
If you'll allow me, and it just came top of mind, just for the public watching, together with members of council around the table, is just an announcement with respect to the 2026 municipal election. So just two things. One is in partnership with some of our neighbors, in fact, many of our neighbors, Whitewater Region, the township, is putting on a candidates information session with Nigel Bellchambers. So we've secured a sort of expert around the municipal sector, and he is putting on some information sessions at the end of April 23rd and 24th. Locations are in Eganville, McNabb, Braeside, Petawawa, and one virtual. We do have a poster. It will be published shortly on our municipal website together with social media. So we're working through that now. So April 23rd, April 24th. And just to the general public watching, and we're going to also update our municipal website, is that presently, in order to be on the voters list, you could verify your name within our municipality through Elections Ontario. So a quick Google search of Elections Ontario, and it'll be simply registered to vote. If you go verify that you are on the voters list through that mechanism, that will be the mechanism by which you secure you don't secure, but you ensure that your name is on the voters list up until early August. It's no longer through MPAC, it is through Elections Ontario. So we'll have more information coming on our municipal website and social media with respect to that. So just recognizing that there are some updates, and we'll continue to update the public through social media and our website. Thanks so much.
Excellent. Thank you for those. I think that was perfect. Good. No other announcements? Then we'll jump into bylaws. We have 3 bylaws listed on the agenda today. The recommendation is be it resolved that the bylaws listed.
Can I speak to 2?
Yes. When I get it on the floor, yeah. Be it resolved that the bylaws listed on the April 1st, 2026 agenda be taken as read and passed. A mover and a seconder, please.
There's a zoning bylaw we can adopt.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking the other ones. Okay. Good, so we'll defer that whole item. That's okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you want me to speak to one of them now, I could, to the others bylaws. The only problem is we don't have a motion. It's good, I'll leave it with Curtis. That's good. We'll
No,
defer.
let's do that, and we'll sever it, okay. So recommendation, we're gonna put it on the floor, and then we'll make some amendments to it, just clerically here with our CAO clerk. So be it resolved that the bylaws listed on the April 1st, 2026 agenda be taken as read and passed. A mover and a seconder, please. So moved by Councillor Olmsted, seconded by Councillor White. And this is about, we're trying to deal with some time constraints here. So there's 3 items listed there. We will have to amend the recommendation to defer. Is that correct?
Just sever from the question.
Sever the first one, 2604-1827, the comprehensive zoning bylaw, because that's subject to the public meeting and the report to follow that. Can I get a mover to sever that item? Councillor Olmsted, seconded by Councillor Moore. Is there any debate? I see none. We'll call for a vote. All those in favor? And it's unanimous. So that bylaw is severed from our recommendation. We have 2 other bylaws on there, which are administrative in nature, and I'm just going to get the CAO to speak to those
Yeah.
this time.
Thanks so much, Mayor Nicholson. So the first one with respect to the municipal election automatic recount policy, this is a policy that council has already seen in November. It was an update to the recount policy. which had some modifications with respect to recount requirements for the tabulator specifically. The bylaw was intended to come in December, but never made the agenda, and upon review, hasn't been passed yet. So that is the reason why it is presented to you now. Same version as was presented in November. The second one is, as we review the requirements around the municipal election, one of the items that is, there's some ambiguity around it, but we want to resolve it by virtue of this bylaw, but it's essentially for the purposes of the use of French language. So given that we have used bilingual voters' letters in the past, we just want to pass this bylaw to authorize the use of the French language on our voters list, together with other statutory documents. So very, very simple, just recount policy and the use of French language. Thanks.
Sorry, I recognize there's no questions. And just to remind, we are taking the two items to be read and to be taken as read and passed. The third item is severed, which means it'll show up in our next council agenda?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so the final bylaw will show up in the subsequent council agenda. Good. And with that, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And it's unanimous. Thank you. That moves us into item number 14, which is a closed session. And this is a, yes,
Sorry, I have a late breaking announcement, if that's okay. Not a birthday.
council's okay for that? Yes. Yeah, okay, please, Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank the people for sending this. The Cobden Rec Association is putting on a pancake breakfast for Easter this weekend. So April 4th, hop into Cobden for breakfast, bring the kids for some craft, visit with the Easter Bunny, and a scavenger hunt on Main Street. I'm sorry, I'm just going to read through some of this quickly. Breakfast by the U16 competitive River Dog girls basketball team. Main Street scavenger hunt, pick up your map and drop off the Cobden Legion. Treat bag for all participants. There will be Easter crafts, a photo booth, obviously breakfast. Saturday, April 4th, 8:30 to 11 at the Cobden Legion downstairs. Thank you for allowing me to do that.
Good, so now I don't have to make breakfast. Excellent, thank you. With that, we'll jump back in closed session. This is to do with the 2025 legal claims update and Office of CAO succession planning. The recommendation is the Council of Township of Whitewater Region move into closed session at 3:28 p.m. as permitted in Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001, C25, to discuss litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, which is the 2025 legal claim update, and personal matters about an identifiable individual, Office of the CAO and succession planning, with the CAO clerk remaining in the room. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Trim. All those in favor? And it's carried. We are in closed. And welcome back to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting for Wednesday, April 1st. We're going to call ourselves back to order here at 4:45 p.m. For anybody that's joining us at this point in time, we started earlier today at 1 p.m. And have gone through the agenda, all the items except for two, 6.2, which is the public meeting to discuss a zoning amendment, and then the corresponding report about that zoning amendment, 9.1. So what we are going to do at this point in time, 4:45, is we'll go to 6.2 and then decide if 9.1 is something we want to do after that. And the clerk is doing a great job of reminding me that I have to rise and report. So just before we had a recess, at about 4:30, we were in closed session, item 14 on the agenda, and I have to rise and report on that closed session. And I just wanted to advise that council received information from the CAO with respect to the 2025 legal claim update and the office of the CAO, and we gave staff direction on succession planning. Good. With that, we are going to move to item 6.2. And again, I remind folks, the Planning Act dictates that we handle very specific planning matters in a very specific way. So we are going to pause our regular council meeting at this point in time and open a separate public meeting as per the Planning Act to discuss the zoning bylaw amendments. So the public meeting is now brought to order at 4:47 p.m. The public meeting has been convened to hear comments and receive information from the public regarding regarding a comprehensive zoning bylaw amendment in accordance with the Planning Act. At this point, I'll hand it over to the planner.
Thank you. Through the mayor. So if any person or public body does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of Whitewater Region before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of council of the Township of Whitewater Region to the Ontario Land Tribunal. The person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. Under Section 3411 of the Planning Act, if council decides to refuse an application or refuses or neglects to make a decision on an application within 120 days of the municipal clerk receiving the application, the applicant or the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing may appeal to the tribunal by filing an appeal with the clerk of the municipality. Section 34, subsection 19 of the Planning Act states that not later than 20 days after giving of notice of passing of the bylaw, the applicant, a specified person or public body who made oral submissions at the public meeting or made a written submission to council before the bylaw was passed, or the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing may appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal by filing an appeal with the clerk of the municipality. With that, I will discuss my report. So the throughout working in the municipality, staff have noticed a couple things within the zoning bylaw that we wanted to clean up. This was an opportunity to bring those forward. There's kind of three categories of amendments we are seeking to the zoning bylaw. And the first of which are some minor technical corrections, which are listed in the report. I won't run over all of them. They're minor, changing a letter or a section number to align with the appropriate section. In addition, there are 5 additional provisions or changes to provisions being proposed, which I will go over in a bit more detail. So change 1 we're proposing is to add a section specific to private and communal septic systems, setting setbacks equal to the greater of 3 meters or the required setbacks for the proposed system under the Ontario Building Code, or to the requirements identified in assessment conducted for the purpose of determining nitrate impact or other site-specific assessments, including hydrogeological studies, nitrate impact assessments, site plan control, etc. Private/communal septic systems are required to meet any additional setbacks separation distance requirements in this bylaw and are required by the provisions of the Ontario Building Code. Previously, we had subject to the same setbacks as homes or accessory structures, depending on the interpretation, and this led to some complications on properties which didn't really align with the building code, which I believe outlines that 3.0 meters setback as standard. In order to address this, we've just defined them separately within their own setbacks. The second amendment we're proposing is on section 3.3, which speaks to construction uses, and just noting that this is to align it with the previous zoning bylaw a bit more. Making a note that scaffolds or other temporary structures necessary to support construction, specifically including trailers and recreational vehicles. We had a couple incidents of people looking to apply for using a recreational trailer or something as temporary while construction was ongoing, and we noted the zoning bylaw didn't technically have that carve out despite that being typical practice, so we brought it back into conformity with the previous zoning bylaw, which made those specific amendments, so we could set the standard moving forward on that. 3 is for the mixed-use commercial zoning, and it's amending to allow a fourplex dwelling. Currently, the zoning allows for a duplex, a triplex, and an apartment building, but a fourplex was carved out of those permitted uses in the mixed-use commercial zoning, so we're just adding that use in as it's consistent with our other residential and commercial or other residential zonings that allow duplexes, triplexes, apartments. And we're not sure the specific reason for the fourplex carve-out. The fourth is section 21.2A. We're amending the agricultural permitted uses on lots of 4,000 square meters to include home industry uses, which aligns with what we currently allow with our rural zoning provisions. And we don't anticipate having a major impact. It's just expanding the use of those smaller agricultural lots that exist within the municipality. And then section 3.32B, which speaks to separation distances, is putting in a new provision where lots that include a dwelling as a permitted use and where the lot is entirely located within the separation distance of an aggregate resource. The separation distance indicated in subsection 4 and 5 of the section 3.32B shall not apply. The construction of a new dwelling is permitted and the enlargement, repair, or replacement of an existing dwelling is permitted. The dwelling is to be located as remotely from the aggregate zone as the lot will allow to the satisfaction of the chief building official. This zoning provision comes directly from Bon Cher Valley's zoning bylaw and it is consistent with other zonings within the county and offers some leniency when we have those aggregate zone setbacks. I know there are a couple within town, specifically Westmeath, where we're requiring an aggregate impact assessment to support lot creation or building on a new lot when that's located within a settlement area where the building of that lot is not going to have any anticipated impact on reserve or aggregate zonings because it is surrounded by other dwellings. So we're just bringing this provision in to offer some more leeway in that regard. In addition to these amended sections, we have 2 schedules we're proposing to amend. Just in review, we've noticed that these were likely mistakenly rezoned or zoned back to what they were prior to the previous zoning bylaw, and their intended use does not match their current zoning. The first we'll note is 100 Main Street, which is currently Cobden Auto Supply, was rezoned as future development as part of that bigger lot. However, the business has existed in Cobden well before the implementation of the zoning bylaw, and the future development will restrict their ability to grow or expand the business on their lot. which has been pre-existing. So we're just proposing to amend the schedule to reflect that particular lot as general commercial to allow the current use of the property to continue and the existing use of the property prior to the zoning bylaw to continue. The other schedule we're looking to amend is Schedule C for 2 lots on Mindview Road that would be rezoned from agriculture to community facility. One of these lots contains an existing municipal public works garage. The other one is a small lot that is intended to be used for a new paramedic station in the future. My understanding on conversations with the CAOs that both were meant to be community facility and were just previously missed, so we're just correcting that with this. With that outlines the majority of the proposed changes in this report. And if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Planner. That is well laid out and described. What we'll do is before I open it up for council, we'll just make sure that we don't have any other public input. I note for those people on camera that there is no member of the public here. It was advertised publicly as per the Planning Act, so people were invited to come here in person, provide questions or comment. No one is here in person. I'll just turn to our audio visual. Is there anybody online? He is confirming that there's no one on Zoom. And Planner, there was no one registered to bring anything up via Zoom?
To the best of my knowledge, we have not received
Perfect.
any request.
And anything in writing? Did you receive any feedback from the public in writing?
To the best of my knowledge, we have not.
Excellent. And then I'll just ask council, did you receive any feedback from the public about these proposals that you'd like to share at this point in time? Yes, Councillor Trim?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. But yes, the Section 5, the amended Section 5 is very welcome to our settlement communities, particularly Westmeath, where we had a situation where within the original plan of subdivision of the village, people weren't, in order to sever a lot, you needed to get, one of the conditions was to do an aggregate study because there was an identified aggregate zone within 300 meters. So this is going to solve that issue for, well, for any of our settlement areas, but particularly right now, there have been a couple of concerns, I would say, with respect to the provision, the condition as it existed before. And this is changed now. I didn't realize it could be changed with this way, which is good. I thought it had to go through the official plan, but this is really good. It's good news. And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank the planner for dealing with all of these issues and this one in particular. Thank you.
Perfect. And I would just add, I think the same individuals that might have approached Councillor Trim also approached me, and they're very much in favor of 5, specifically with respect to settlement areas. Good. If there's no other public input, then I would open it up. Is there any other comments or questions from members of council? Yeah, Councillor Moore.
In keeping with what Councillor Trim said, is that the only place that we're aware of where that existed? Because around the hamlet of Beachburg, like every place you look, there's a gravel pit, but nobody has to do any of that aggregate, so inspection. So I'm wondering why the difference was with the hamlet of Westmeath as opposed to everywhere else. It's just going back like 100 years or something?
No, and I'll get the planner to amplify, but just Westmeath, the settlement area of Westmeath is just context. It's just one example where it applies, but I'm sure that the planner can tell us on how it might be applicable in other communities or settlement areas.
I'm just afraid that don't want to miss something, right?
Yeah. Good. Planner, please.
Yeah. So Westmeath is the most prominent settlement area where we've seen the effect of it. Beachburg, there are aggregate pits around. The settlement area boundary of Beachburg is rather large, and everything within it was rezoned appropriately within that boundary. So you see a lot less constraints there because of the size of it. There's not, it's something we may come across in the future as Beachburg expands. But as it sits, most of the development within Beachburg is without the required 300-meter setback from those reserve zones. So that's why we don't see it as often there. But it can come up, especially on the south end of Beachburg. If there's more development there, we might see it come up more. But as of now, it doesn't. In future, it may, and then we have the provision in place which would still be able to apply there if this is passed, I should
Thank you.
say.
Perfect. Before I go back to Councillor Trim, Councillor White, any points from you? Okay, good. So Councillor Trim.
Just a question of clarification, Mr. Mayor, through you to our planner. Now, I know this would apply for anyone wanting to do severances within the settlement area or the plan of subdivision, right? However, what if somebody wanted to do a severance adjacent to the plan of subdivision that is not in the original settlement area? In that case, would they be, and they're within the 300 meters of an identified aggregate resource, would then they need to have that condition fulfilled?
So the severance with this section, so the section itself is more focused on building dwellings on existing lots. So if anyone had an existing lot, regardless of a settlement area or not, the provision isn't specific to settlement areas. That's zoned appropriately for the use of a dwelling. They would be permitted to build. The setback would, or this provision would apply. In terms of severances, there is an interpretation. We'd probably look at it case by case. There is an interpretation piece here. It would most likely come down to what the lot is zoned at. Again, we'd rely on that. And if it's zoned to permit a dwelling, we'd probably be more willing to apply it under the provision, but it may be a case-by-case basis. Yeah, that's my answer at this time. We may need to look more into how Bon Cher Valley implements the policy in terms of severances, but we wanted at least to get to the extent that we could, as it's already been permitted within the county, we want to get some sort of provision kind of providing these aggregate exceptions when we can, particularly Westmeath being the focus in this case.
Good. Any final questions or comments from members of council? And I recognize again, there is no one here to join us in person from the public. Okay, and with that, we are going to close the public meeting. We've received all of the public input. So we are going to adjourn this public meeting at 5:03 p.m. Good. That moves us back into our agenda. We are going to scoot down to item 9.1, which is the comprehensive zoning bylaw amendment that we just heard. The recommendation before us is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve an amendment to the comprehensive zoning bylaw 2401-1655, being amendment for technical and corrective purposes. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Trim, seconded by Councillor Moore. Good. Just before we go any further, I'll just highlight that we always reserve the ability to defer an item if we need more time to contemplate or get feedback from staff on public input. In this particular case, we did not receive any comments against the proposed amendments. So unless there is a member of council who would like to move a deferral motion, I am going to continue. Good, I see none. Excellent. And with that, the planner has already provided an overview of the attached report. So as part of our public meeting, I am, unless council members would like it reviewed, I'm going to suggest that we defer, or we don't have a presentation of the report. It's in front of us. But I will open it up for any final comments or questions on the resolution that's on the table. And I'll go to the mover first, which is Councillor Trim. Good, Councillor Moore? And our last Councillor standing, Councillor White? Good. I have no questions either. With that, we will call for a vote. All those in favor? And it is passed unanimously. Planner, thank you. Good work on that one. Good. We now skip down to item 15 on our agenda, which is the final item for any one of our meetings, the confirmatory bylaw. The recommendation is be it resolved that the bylaw 2604-1830, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be taken as read and passed. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor White and Councillor Moore. And I will immediately call the vote. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you so much. With that, we are adjourned at 5:06 p.m. Thank you, folks.